Welcome to day 351 of the worldwide Megacrisis Hungerstrike to save your faithful life. Alright. I need to use the washroom. I'm ending this stream right away because I have to do it every 12 hours. So, I ended that. Now I have to use the washroom. I'm going to get it set up. I've said it hundreds of times. I got 600 videos on this YouTube channel. I try not to get up very often because I've gone 16 days without food so far on this stretch. So I like to stay warm. So I'm gonna get my sleeping bag. I'm gonna get some hot water bottles, homemade, and then I have a very specific setup with water here, filtered water. This way I can preserve energy. But I need your help to have these. Okay, today we're not gonna leak any water. Learned our lesson from yesterday. I'll lock my chair. Neck is getting sore. I guess I could just sit back like this. Perfect. I figured it out. Ah, good. Good. Wow, we're making progress. Every little thing matters. I'm gonna let my brain rest. That's been 2.5 hours of straight working.
general planetary life specializes give expression to the nature whereas in the southern hemisphere it runs out in sharp points, widely distant from each other, introduces into the differences of continents a further modification which Treviranus, Biology Part 2, has exhibited in the case of the flora and fauna. Paragraph 394, this diversity descends into specialities that may be termed local minds, shown in the outward modes of life and occupation, bodily structure and disposition, but still more in the inner tendency and capacity of the intellectual and moral character of the several people. Back to the very beginnings of national history, we see the several nations, each possessing a persistent type of its own. Paragraph 395.3, the soul is further de-universalized into the individualized continents, a further modification which Treviranus, Biology Part 2, has exhibited in the case of the flora and fauna. Paragraph 394, this diversity descends into specialities that may be termed local minds, shown in the outward modes of life and occupation, bodily structure, and nature of the geographical continents. The general planetary life of the nature-governed mind specializes itself and breaks up into the several nature-governed minds, which, on the whole, give expression to the nature of the geographical continents and constitute the diversities of race. The contrast between the Earth's poles, the land towards the North Pole being more aggregated and preponderant over sea, whereas in the southern hemisphere it runs out in sharp points, widely distant from each other, introduces into the differences of continents a further modification which Treviranus, Biology Part 2, has exhibited in the case of the flora and fauna. Paragraph 394, this diversity descends into specialities that may be termed local minds, shown in the outward modes of life and occupation, bodily structure and disposition, but still more in the inner tendency and capacity of the intellectual and moral character of the several peoples. Back to the very beginnings of national history, we see the several nations, each possessing a persistent type of its own. Paragraph 395.3, the soul is further de-universalized into the individualized subject. But this subjectivity is here only considered as a differentiation and singling out of the modes which nature gives. We find it as the special temperament, talent, character, physiognomy, or other disposition and idiosyncrasy of families or single individuals. By physical alterations, paragraph 396, taking the soul as an individual, we find its diversities as alterations in it, the one permanent subject, and as stages in its development. As they are at once physical and mental diversities, a more concrete definition or description of them would require us to anticipate an acquaintance with the formed and matured mind. 1. The first of these is the natural lapse of the ages in man's life. He begins with childhood, mind wrapped up in itself. His next step is the fully developed antithesis, the strain and struggle of a universality which is still subjective, as seen in ideals, fancies, hopes, and ambitions, against his immediate individuality. And that individuality marks both the world which, as it exists, fails to meet his ideal requirements, and the position of the individual himself, who is still short of independence and not fully equipped for the part he has to play. Thirdly, we see man in his true relation to his environment, recognizing the objective necessity and reasonableness of the world as he finds it, a world no longer incomplete, but able in the work which it collectively achieves to afford the individual a place and a security for his goals. By his share in this collective work, he first is really somebody gaining an effective existence and an objective value, manhood. Last of all comes the finishing touch to this unity with objectivity, a unity which, while on its realist side it passes into the inertia of deadening habit, on its idealist side gains freedom from the limited interests and entanglements of the outward present old age. Paragraph 397. Next we find the individual subject to a real antithesis, leading it to seek to combine itself with another individual. This the sexual relation on a physical basis shows on its one side, subjectivity remaining in an instinctive and emotional harmony of moral life and love, leading it on its idealist side gains freedom from the limited interests and entanglements of the outward present old age. Paragraph 397. Next we find the individual subject to a real antithesis, leading it to seek to combine itself with another individual. This the sexual relation on a physical basis shows on its one side, subjectivity remaining in an instinctive and emotional harmony of moral life and love, and not pushing these tendencies to an extreme universal phase in purposes political, scientific, or artistic, and on the other shows an active heart, where the individual is the vehicle of a struggle of universal and objective interests with a given conditions, both of his own existence and of that external world, carrying out these universal principles into a unity with the world which is his own work. The sexual tie acquires its moral and spiritual significance and function in the family. Paragraph 398.3, when the individuality or self-centralized being distinguishes itself from its mere being, this immediate judgment is the waking of the soul, which confronts its self-absorbed natural life, in the first instance, as one natural quality and state confronts another state, viz., sleep. The waking is not merely for the observer, or externally distinct from the sleep. It is itself the judgment, primary partition of the individuality or self-centered to a unity with the world which is his own work. The sexual tie acquires its moral and spiritual significance and function in the family. Paragraph 398.3, when the individuality or self-centralized being distinguishes itself from its mere being, this immediate judgment is the waking of the soul, which confronts its self-absorbed natural life. In the first instance, 3, when the individuality or self-centralized being distinguishes itself from its mere being, this immediate judgment is the waking of the soul, which confronts its self-absorbed natural life. In the first instance, as one natural quality and state confronts another state, viz., sleep. The waking is not merely for the observer, or externally distinct from the sleep. It is itself the judgment, primary partition of the individual soul, which is self-existing only as it relates its self-existence to its mere existence, distinguishing itself from its still undifferentiated universality. The waking state includes generally all self-conscious and rational activity in which the mind realizes its own distinct self. Sleep is an invigoration of this activity, not as a merely negative rest from it, but as a return back from the world of specialization, from dispersion into phases where it has grown hard and stiff, a return into the general nature of subjectivity. It's a merely negative. The waking state includes generally all self-conscious and rational activity in which the mind realizes its own distinct self. Sleep is an invigoration of this activity, not as a merely negative rest from it, but as a return back from the world of specialization, from dispersion into phases where it has grown hard and stiff, a return into the general nature of subjectivity, which is the substance of those specialized energies and their absolute master. The distinction between sleep and waking is one of those causes, as they may be called, which are often addressed in philosophy. Napoleon, for example, on a visit to the University of Pavia, put this question to the connection between sleep and waking is one of those causes, as they may be called, which are often addressed in philosophy. Napoleon, for example, on a visit to the University of Pavia, put this question to the class of ideology. The characterization given in the section is abstract. It primarily treats waking merely as a natural fact, containing the mental element implicated, but not yet as invested with a special being of its own. If we are to speak more concretely of this distinction, fundamentals it remains the same. We must take the self-existence of the deity of Pavia, put this question to the class of ideology. The characterization given in the section is abstract. It primarily treats waking merely as a natural fact, containing the mental element implicated, but not yet as invested with a special being of its own. The characterization given in the section is abstract. It primarily treats waking merely as a natural fact, containing the mental element implicated, but not yet as invested with a special being of its own. If we are to speak more concretely of this distinction, in fundamentals it remains the same. We must take the self-existence of the individual soul in its higher aspects as the ego of consciousness and as intelligent mind. The difficulty raised and then the distinction of the two states properly arises only when we also take into account the dreams in sleep describe these dreams, as well as the mental representation. The difficulty raised and then the distinction of the two states properly arises only when we also take into account the dreams in sleep describe these dreams, as well as the mental representations in the sober waking consciousness under one and the same title of mental representation. Thus superficially classified as states of mental representation, the two coincide because we have lost sight of the difference. And in the case of any assignable distinction of waking consciousness, we can always return to the trivial remark that all this is nothing more than mental ideas. But the concrete theory of the waking soul in its realized being views it as consciousness and intellect, and the world of intelligent consciousness is something quite different from a mixture of mere ideas and images. The latter are in the main only externally conjoined in an unintelligent way by the laws of the so-called association of ideas, though here and there, of course, logical principles may also be operative. But in the waking state, man behaves essentially as a concrete ego and intelligence, and because of this intelligent is, though here and there, of course, of a mixture of mere ideas and images, the waking soul in its realized being being, music as consciousness, waking consciousness, we can always return to the trivial remark that all this is nothing more than mental ideas, because we have lost sight of the difference. And in the case of any assignable distinction of waking consciousness, we can always return to the trivial remark that all this is nothing more than mental ideas. But the concrete theory of the waking soul in its realized being, music as consciousness and intellect, and the world of intelligent consciousness is something quite different from a picture of mere ideas and images. The latter are in the main only externally conjoined in an unintelligent way by the laws of the so-called association of ideas, though here and there, of course, logical principles may also be operative. But in the waking state, man behaves essentially as a concrete ego, an intelligence, and because of this intelligence, his sense perception stands before him as a concrete totality of features in which each member, each point, takes up its place as at the same time determined through and with all the rest. Thus the facts embodied in his sensation are authenticated, not by his mere subjective representation and distinction of the facts as something external from the person, but by virtue of the concrete interconnection in which each part stands with all parts of this complex. The waking state is the concrete consciousness of this mutual corroboration of each single factor of its content by all the others in the picture as perceived. The consciousness of this interdependence need not be explicit and distinct. Still, this general setting to all sensations is implicitly present in the concrete feeling of self. In order to see the difference between dreaming and waking, we need only keep in view the Kantian distinction between subjectivity and objectivity of mental representation, the latter depending upon determination through categories, remembering, as already noted, that what is actually present in mind need not be therefore explicitly realized in consciousness, just as little as the exaltation of the intellectual sense to God need stand before consciousness in the shape of proofs of God's existence, although, as before explained, these proofs only serve to express the net worth and content of that feeling. Paragraph 399, sleep and waking are primarily, it is true, not mere alterations, but alternating conditions of progression in infinitum. This is their formal and negative relationship, but in it the affirmative relationship is also involved. In the self-certified existence of waking soul, its mere existence is implicit as an ideal factor. The features which make up its sleeping nature, where they are implicitly as in their substance, are found by the waking soul in its own self, and be it noted for itself. The fact that these particulars, though as a mode of mind they are distinguished from the self-identity of our self-centered being, are yet simply contained in its simplicity, is what we call sensibility. Paragraph 400, sensibility, feeling, is the form of the dull from the self-identity of our self-centered being, are yet simply contained in its simplicity, and be it noted for itself. The fact that these particulars, though as a mode of mind they are distinguished from the self-identity of our self-centered being, are yet simply contained in its simplicity, and be it noted for itself, implicit as an ideal factor. The features which make up its sleeping nature, where they are implicitly as a chip, is also involved. In the self-certified existence of waking soul, its mere existence is implicit as an ideal factor. The features which make up its sleeping nature, where they are implicitly as in their substance, are found by the waking soul in its own self, and be it noted for itself. The fact that these particulars, though as a mode of mind they are distinguished from the self-identity of our self-centered being, are yet simply contained in its simplicity, is what we call sensibility. Paragraph 400, sensibility, feeling, is the form of the dull stirring, the inarticulate breathing, of the spirit through its unconscious and unintelligent individuality, where every definite feature is still immediate, neither specially developed in its content, nor set in distinction as objective to subject, but treated as belonging to its most special, its natural peculiarity. The content of sensation is thus limited and transient, belonging as it does to natural, immediate being, to what is therefore qualitative and finite. Everything is in sensation, feeling, if you will. Everything that emerges in conscious intelligence and in reason has its source and origin in sensation. For source and origin just means the first immediate manner in which a thing appears. Let it not be enough to have principles and religion only in the head. They must also be in the heart, in the feeling. What we merely have in the head is in consciousness, in a general way. The facts of it are objective, set over against consciousness, so that as it is put in me, my abstract ego, it can also be apart from me, from my concrete subjectivity. But if put in the feeling, the fact is a mode of my individuality, however crude that individuality be in such a form. It is thus treated as my very own. My own is something inseparate from the actual concrete self. And this immediate unity of the soul with its underlying self in all its definite content is just this inseparability, which, however, yet falls short of the ego of developed consciousness, and still more of the freedom of rational mind life. It is with a quite different intensity and permanency that the will, the conscience, and the character are our very own than can ever be true of feeling and of the group of feelings, the heart, and this we need no philosophy to tell us. No doubt it is correct to say that above everything the heart must be good, but feeling and heart is not the form by which anything is legitimated as religious, moral, true, just, etc. And an appeal to heart and feeling either means nothing or means something bad. This should hardly need enforcing. Can any experience be more trite than that feelings and hearts are also bad, evil, godless, mean, etc.? That the heart is the source only of such feelings is stated in the words. From the heart proceed evil thoughts, murder, adultery, fornication, blasphemy, etc. In such times when scientific theology and philosophy make the heart and feeling the criterion of what is good, moral, and religious, it is necessary to remind them of these trite experiences, just as it is nowadays necessary to repeat that thinking is the characteristic property by which man is distinguished from the beasts, and that he has feeling in common with them. Paragraph 401, what the sentient soul finds within it is on one hand the naturally immediate as ideally in it and made its own. On the other hand, and conversely, what originally belongs to the central individuality, which has further deepened and enlarged as the conscious ego and free mind, gets the features of the natural corporeity, and is so felt. In this way we have two spheres of feeling, one, where what at first is a corporeal affection, G, of the eye or of any bodily part whatever, is made feeling, sensation, by being driven inward, memorized in the soul's self-centered part. Another, where affections originating in the mind and belonging to it are in order to be felt, and to be as if bound, invested with corporeity. Thus the mode or affection gets a place in sensibility. The sense these specifications the system by which the internal sensation comes to give itself specific bodily forms would deserve to be treated in detail in a peculiar science, a psychical physiology. Somewhat pointing to such a system is implied in the feeling of the appropriateness or inappropriateness of an immediate sensation to the persistent tone of internal sensibility, the pleasant and unpleasant, as also in the distinct parallelism which underlies the symbolical employment of sensations, e.g., of colors, tones, smells. But the most interesting side of a psychical physiology would lie in studying not the mere sympathy, but more definitely the bodily form adopted by certain mental modifications, especially the passions or emotions. We should have, for example, to explain the line of connection by which anger and courage are felt in the breast, the blood, the irritable system, just as thinking and mental occupation are felt in the head, the center of the sensible system. We should want a more satisfactory explanation than hitherto of the most familiar connections by which tears and voice in general, with its varieties of language, laughter, sighs, with many other specializations lying in the line of pathognomy and physiognomy, are formed from their mental source. In physiology, the viscera and the organs are treated merely as parts subservient to the animal organism, but they form at the same time a physical system for the expression of mental states, and in this way they get quite another interpretation. Paragraph 402 sensations, just because they are immediate and are found existing, are single and transient aspects of psychic life, alterations in the substantiality of the soul, set in its self-centered light, with which that substance is one. But this self-centered being is not merely a formal factor of sensation. The soul is virtually a reflected totality of sensation. It feels in itself the total substantiality which it virtually is. It is the soul which feels. In the usage of ordinary language, sensation and feeling are not clearly distinguished. Still, we do not speak of the sensation, but of the feeling, sense, or right of self. Sentimentality, sensibility is connected with sensation. We may therefore say sensation emphasizes rather the side of passivity, the fact that we find ourselves feeling, i.e., the immediacy of loathing feeling, whereas feeling at the same time rather notes the fact that it is we ourselves who feel. B. The feeling soul. Soul, as 403, the feeling or sentient individual, is the simple ideality or subjective side of sensation. What it has to do, therefore, is to raise its substantiality, its merely virtual filling up, to the character of subjectivity, to take possession of it, to realize its mastery over its own. As sentient, the soul is no longer a mere natural, but an inward individuality. The individuality, which in the merely substantial totality was only formal to it, has to be liberated and made independent. Nowhere so much as in the case of the soul, and still more of the mind, if we are to understand it, must that feature of ideality be kept in view, which represents it as the negation of the real, but a negation where the real is put past, virtually retained, although it does not exist. The feature is one with which we are familiar in regard to our mental ideas or to memory. Every individual is an infinite treasury of sensations, ideas, acquired law, thoughts, etc., and yet the ego is one and uncompounded, a deep, featureless, characterless mind, in which all this is stored up without existing. It is only when I call to mind an idea that I bring it out of that interior to existence before consciousness, the tongue with which we are familiar must be kept in view, which represents it as the negation of the real, but a negation where the real is put past the soul, and still more of the mind, if we are to understand it, must that feature of ideality be kept in view, which represents it as the negation of the real, but a negation where the real is put past, virtually retained, although it does not exist. The feature is one with which we are familiar in regard to our mental ideas or to memory. Every individual is an infinite treasury of sensations, ideas, acquired law, thoughts, etc., and yet the ego is one and uncompounded, a deep, featureless, characterless mind, in which all this is stored up without existing. It is only when I call to mind an idea that I bring it out of that interior to existence before consciousness, a deep, featureless, characterless mind, in which all this is stored up without existing. It is only when I call to mind an idea that I bring it out of that interior to existence before consciousness. Sometimes, in sickness, ideas and information, supposed to have been forgotten years ago, because for so long they had not been brought into consciousness, once more come to light. They were not in our possession, nor by such reproduction as occurs in sickness do they for the future come into our possession, and yet they were in us and continue to be in us still. Thus a person can never know how much of things he once learned he really has in him, should he have once forgotten them. They belong not to his actuality or subjectivity as such, but only to his implicit self, and under all the superstructure of specialized and instrumental consciousness that may subsequently be added to it, the individuality always remains this single-souled inner life. At the present stage, this singleness is primarily to be defined as one of feeling, as embracing the corporeal in itself, thus denying the view that this body is something material, with parts outside parts and outside the soul, just as the number and variety of mental representations is no argument for an extended and real multi of the ego, so the real outness of parts in the body has no truth for the sentient soul. As sentient, the soul is characterized as immediate, and so as natural and corporeal, but the outness of parts and sensible multiplicity of this corporeal counts for the soul, as it counts for the intelligible unity, not as anything real, and therefore not as a barrier. The soul is this intelligibleness of parts and sensible multiplicity of this corporeal counts for the soul, as it counts for the intelligible unity. The soul is characterized as immediate, and so as natural and corporeal, but the outness of parts and sensible multiplicity of this corporeal counts for the soul, as it counts for the intelligible unity, not as anything real, and therefore not as a barrier. The soul is this intelligible unity in existence, the existence speculative principle. Thus in the body it is one simple omnipresent unity. As to the representative faculty, and therefore not as a barrier, corporeal, but the outness of parts and sensible multiplicity of this corporeal counts for the soul, as it counts for the intelligible unity, not as anything real, and therefore not as a barrier. The soul is this intelligible unity in existence, the existence speculative principle. Thus in the body it is one simple omnipresent unity. As to the representative faculty, the body is but one representation, and the infinite variety of its material structure and organization is reduced to the simplicity of one definite conception. So in the sentient soul, the corporeity and all that outness of parts to parts which belongs to it is reduced to ideality, the truth of the natural multiplicity. The soul is virtually the totality of nature. As an individual soul, it is a monad. It is itself the explicitly put totality of its particular world, that world being included in it and filling it up, and to that world it stands but as to itself. Paragraph 404, as individual, the soul is exclusive and always exclusive. Any difference there is, it brings within itself. What is differentiated from it is as yet no external object, as in consciousness, but only the aspects of its own sentient totality, etc. In this partition, judgment, of itself it is always subject. Its object is its substance, which is at the same time its predicate. This substance is still the content of its natural life, but turned into the content of the individual sensation-laden soul. Yet as the soul is in that content still particular, the content is its particular world, so far as that is, in an implicit mode, included in the ideality of the subject. By itself, this stage of mind is the stage of its darkness. Its features are not developed to conscious and intelligent content. So far it is formal and only formal. It acquires a peculiar interest in cases where it is as a form and appears as a special state of mind, to which the soul, which has already advanced to consciousness and intelligence, may again sink down. But when a truer phase of mind thus exists in a more subordinate and abstract one, it implies a want of adaptation, which is disease. In the present stage we must treat first of the end included in the ideality of the subject. By itself, this stage of mind is the stage of its darkness. Its features are not developed to conscious and intelligent content. So far it is formal and only formal. It acquires a peculiar interest in cases where it is as a form and appears as a special state of mind, to which the soul, which has already advanced to consciousness and intelligence, may again sink down. But when a truer phase of mind thus exists in a more subordinate and abstract one, it implies a want of adaptation, which is disease. In the present stage we must treat first of again sink down. But when a truer phase of mind thus exists in a more subordinate and abstract one, it implies a want of adaptation, which is disease. In the present stage we must treat may again sink down. But when a truer phase of mind thus exists in a more subordinate and abstract one, it implies a want of adaptation, which is disease. In the present stage we must treat first of the abstract psychical modifications by themselves, secondly, as morbid states of mind. The being only explicable by means of the former, the feeling soul in its immediacy. The psychical type 405, though the sensitive individuality is undoubtedly a monadic individual, it is, because immediate, not yet as itself, not a true subject reflected into itself, and is therefore passive. Hence the individuality, the sensitive individuality, is undoubtedly a monadic individual, states of mind, the latter being only explicable by means of the former, the feeling soul in its immediacy. The psychical type 405, though the sensitive individuality is undoubtedly a monadic individual, it is, because immediate, not yet as itself, not a true subject reflected into itself, and is therefore passive. Hence the individuality of its true self is a different subject from it, a subject which may even exist as another individual. By the selfhood of the latter, it, a substance, which is only a non-independent predicate, is then set in vibration and controlled without the least resistance on its part. This other subject by which it is so controlled may be called its genius. In the ordinary course of nature, this is the condition of the child in its mother's womb, a condition neither merely bodily nor merely mental, but psychical, a correlation of soul to soul. Here are two individuals, yet in undivided psychic unity. The one has yet no self, as yet nothing impenetrable, incapable of resistance. The other is its actuating subject, the single self of the two. The mother is the genius of the child, for by genius we commonly mean the total mental selfhood, as it has existence of its own, and constitutes the subjective substantiality of someone else, who is only externally treated as an individual and has only a nominal independence. The underlying essence of the genius is the sum total of existence, of life, and of character, not as a mere possibility or capacity or virtuality, but as efficiency and realized activity, as concrete subjectivity. If we look only to the spatial and material aspects of the child's existence as an embryo in its special integuments, and as connected with the mother by means of umbilical cord, placenta, etc., all that is presented to the senses and reflection are certain anatom child exists not as a mere possibility or capacity or virtuality, but as efficiency and realized activity, as concrete subjectivity. If we look only to the spatial and material aspects of the child's existence as an embryo in its special integuments, and as connected with the mother by means of umbilical cord, placenta, etc., all that is presented to the senses and reflection are certain anatomical and physiological facts, externalities and instrumentalities in the sensible and material, which are insignificant as regards the main point, the psychical relationship. What ought to be noted as regards this psychical tie are not merely effects communicated to and stamped upon the child by violent emotions, injuries, etc., of the mother, but the whole psychical judgment, petition of the underlying nature, by which the female, like the monocotyledons among vegetables, can suffer disruption in twain, so that the child has not merely got communicated to it, but has originally received morbid dispositions as well as other predispositions of shape, temper, character, talent, idiosyncrasies, etc. Sporadic examples and traces of this magic tie appear elsewhere in the range of self-possessed conscious life, say between friends, especially female friends with delicate nerves, a tie which may go so far as to show magnetic phenomena between husband and wife and between members of the same family. The total sensitivity has itself here in a separate subjectivity, which in the case cited of this sentient life in the ordinary course of nature, is visibly present as another and a different individual. But this sensitive totality is meant to elevate its selfhood out of itself to subjectivity in one and the same individual, which is then its indwelling consciousness, self-possessed, intelligent, and reasonable. For such a consciousness, the merely sentient life serves as an underlying and only implicitly existent material, and the self-possessed subjectivity is the rational, self-conscious, controlling genius thereof. But this sensitive nucleus includes not merely the purely unconscious, congenital disposition and temperament, but within its enveloping simplicity it acquires and retains also, in habit, as to which see later, all further ties and essential relationships, fortunes, principles, everything, in short, belonging to the character, and in whose elaboration self-conscious activity is most effectively participated. The sensitivity is thus a soul in which the whole mental life is condensed. The total individual under this concentrated aspect is distinct from the existing and actual play of his consciousness, his secular ideas, developed interests, inclinations, etc. As contrasted with this loose aggregate of means and methods, the more intensive form of individuality is termed the genius, whose decision is ultimate whatever may be the show of reasons, intentions, means of which the more public consciousness is so liberal. This concentrated individuality also reveals itself under the aspect of what is called the heart and soul of feeling. A man is said to be heartless and unfeeling when he looks at things with self-possession and acts according to his permanent purposes, be they great substantial aims or petty and unjust interests. A good-hearted man, on the other hand, means rather one who is at the mercy of his individual sentiment, even when it is of narrow range and is wholly made up of particularities. Of such good nature or goodness of heart, it may be said that it is less the genius itself than the indulgent genio of denial. For a photograph of 4/6 the sensitive life, when it becomes a form or state of the self-conscious, educated, self-possessed human being, is a disease. The individual in such a morbid state stands in direct contact with the concrete contents of his own self, whilst he keeps his self-possessed consciousness of self and of the causal order of things apart as a distinct state of mind. This morbid condition is seen in magnetic somnambulism and cognate state. In this summary encyclopedic account, it is impossible to supply a demonstration of what the paragraph states as the nature of the remarkable condition produced chiefly by animal magnetism, to show, in other words, that it is in harmony with the mind. To that end, the phenomena, so complex in their nature and so very different one from another, would have first of all to be brought under their general points of view. The facts, it might seem, first of all call for verification, but such a verification would, it must be added, be superfluous for those on whose account it was called for they facilitate the inquiry for themselves by declaring the narratives, infinitely numerous though they be, and accredited by the education and character of the witnesses, to be mere deception and imposture. The a priori conceptions of these inquirers are so rooted that no testimony can avail against them, and they have even denied what they have seen with their own eyes. In order to believe in this department, even what one's own eyes have seen, and still more to understand it, the first requisite is not to be in bondage to the hard and fast categories of the practical intellect. The chief points on which the discussion turns may here be given. A. To the concrete existence of the individual belongs the aggregate of Hyde's fundamental interests, both the essential and the particular empirical ties which connect him with other men and the world at large. This totality forms his actuality, in the sense that it lies in fact immanent in him. It has already been called his genius. This genius is not the free mind which wills and thinks. The form of sensitivity in which the individual here appears immersed is, on the contrary, a surrender of his self-possessed intelligent existence. The first conclusion to which these considerations lead, with reference to the contents of consciousness in the somnambulist stage, is that it is only the range of his individually molded world, of his private interests and narrow relationships, which appear there. Scientific theories and philosophic conceptions or general truths require a different soil, require an intelligence which has risen out of the inarticulate mass of mere sensitivity to free consciousness. It is foolish, therefore, to expect revelations about the higher ideas from the somnambulist state. B. Where a human being's senses and intellect are sound, he is fully and intelligently alive to that reality of his which gives concrete filling to his individuality, but he is awake to it in the form of interconnection between himself and the features of that reality, conceived as an external and a separate world, and he is aware that this world is in itself also a complex of interconnections of a practically intelligible kind. In his subjective ideas and plans, he has also before him this causally connected scheme of things he calls his world, and the series of means which bring his ideas and his purposes into adjustment with the objective existences, which are also means and ends to each other. At the same time, this world which is outside him has its threads in him to such a degree that it is these threads which make him what he really is. He too would become extinct if these externalities were to disappear, unless by the aid of religion, subjective reason, and character, he is in a remarkable degree self-supporting and independent of them. But, then, in the latter case, he is disappeared. At the same time, this world which is outside him has its threads in him to such a degree that it is these threads which make him what he really is. He too would become extinct, also means and ends to each other. At the same time, this world which is outside him has its threads in him to such a degree that it is these threads which make him what he really is. He too would become extinct if these externalities were to disappear, unless by the aid of religion, subjective reason, and character, he is in a remarkable degree self-supporting and independent of them. But, then, in the latter case, he is less susceptible of the psychical state we have spoken of. As an illustration of that identity with the surroundings may be noted the effect produced by the death of beloved relatives, friends, etc., on those left behind, so that the one dies or pines away with the loss of the other. Thus Cato, after the downfall of the Roman Republic, could live no longer. His inner reality was neither wider nor higher than it. Compare homesickness and the like. C. But when all that occupies the waking consciousness, the world outside it and its relationship could live no longer, his inner reality was neither wider nor higher than it. Compare homesickness and the like. C. But when all that occupies the waking consciousness, the world outside it and its relationship to that world is under a veil, and the soul is thus sunk in sleep, in magnetic sleep, in catalepsy, and other diseases, for example, those connected with female development or at the approach of death, etc., then that immanent actuality of the individual remains the same substantial total as before, but now as a purely sensitive life with an inward vision and an inward consciousness. And because it is the adult, formed and developed consciousness which is degraded into this state of sensitivity, it retains along with its content a certain nominal selfhood, a formal vision and awareness, which, however, does not go so far as the conscious judgment or discernment by which its contents, when it is healthy and awake, exist for it as an outward objectivity. The individual is thus a monad which is inwardly aware of its actuality, genius which beholds itself. The characteristic point in such knowledge is that it exists for it as an outward objectivity. The individual is thus a monad which is inwardly aware of its actuality, genius which beholds itself. The characteristic point in such knowledge is that the very same facts, which for the healthy consciousness are an objective practical reality, and to know which, in its sober moods, it needs the intelligent chain of means and conditions in all their real expansion, are now immediately known and perceived in this immanence. This perception is a sort of clairvoyance, for it is a consciousness living in the undivided substantiality of such knowledge is that the very same facts, which for the healthy consciousness are an objective practical reality, and to know which, in its sober moods, it needs the intelligent chain of means and conditions in all their real expansion, are now immediately known and perceived in this immanence. This perception is a sort of clairvoyance, for sober moods, it needs the intelligent chain of means and conditions in all their real expansion, are now immediately known and perceived in this immanence. This perception is a sort of clairvoyance, for it is a consciousness living in the undivided substantiality of the genius, and finding itself in the very heart of the interconnection, and so can dispense with the series of conditions, external one to another, which lead up to the result, conditions which cool reflection has in succession to traverse, and in so doing, feels the limits of its own external individuality. But such clairvoyance, just because its dim and turbid vision does not present the facts in a rational interconnection, is for that very reason at the mercy of every private contingency of feeling and fancy, while the conscious quantity of the individual remains the same substantial total as before, but now as a purely sensitive life with an inward vision and an inward consciousness. And because it is the adult, formed and developed consciousness which is degraded into this state of sensitivity, it retains along with its content a certain nominal selfhood, a formal vision and awareness, which, however, does not go so far as the conscious judgment or discernment by which its contents, when it is healthy and awake, exist for it as an outward objectivity. The individual is thus a monad which is inwardly aware of its actuality, genius which beholds itself. The characteristic point in such knowledge is that the very same facts, which for the healthy consciousness are an objective practical reality, and to know which, in its sober moods, it needs the intelligent chain of means and conditions in all their real expansion, are now in which for the healthy consciousness are an objective practical reality, inwardly aware of its actuality, genius which beholds itself. The characteristic point in such knowledge is that the very same facts, which for the healthy consciousness are an objective practical reality, and to know which, in its sober moods, it needs the intelligent chain of means and conditions in all their real expansion, are now immediately known and perceived in this immanence. This perception is a sort of clairvoyance, for it is a consciousness living in the undivided substantiality of the genius, and finding itself in the very heart of the interconnection, and so can dispense with the series of conditions, external one to another, which lead up to the result, conditions which cool reflection has in succession to traverse, and in so doing, feels the limits of its own external individuality. But such clairvoyance, just because its dim and turbid vision does not present the facts in a rational interconnection, is for that very reason at the mercy of every private contingency of feeling and fancy, etc., not to mention that foreign suggestions see later intrude into its vision. It is thus impossible to make out whether what the clairvoyants really see preponderates over what they deceive themselves in. But it is absurd to treat this visionary state as a sublime mental phase, and as a truer state, capable of conveying general truth. An essential feature of this sensitivity, with its absence of intelligent and volitional personality is this, that it is a state of passivity, like that of the child in the womb. The patient in this condition is accordingly made, and continues to be, subject to the power of another person, the magnetizer, so that when the two are thus in psychical rapport, the selfless individual, not really a person, has for his subjective consciousness the consciousness of the other. This latter self-possessed individual is thus the effective subjective soul of the former, and the genius which may even supply him with a train of ideas. That the somnambulist perceives in himself tastes and smells which are present in the person with whom he stands on rapport, and that he is aware of the other inner ideas and present perceptions of the latter as if they were his own, shows the substantial identity which the soul, which even in its concreteness is also truly immaterial, is capable of holding with another. When the substance of both is thus made one, there is only one subjectivity of consciousness. The patient has a sort of individuality, but it is empty, not on the spot, not actual, and this nominal self accordingly derives its whole stock of ideas from the sensations and ideas of the other, in whom it sees, smells, tastes, reads, and hears. It is further to be noted on this point that the somnambulist is thus brought into rapport with two genii and a twofold set of ideas, his own and that of the magnetizer. But it is impossible to say precisely which sensations and which visions he, in this nominal perception, receives, beholds, and brings to knowledge from his own inward self, and which from the suggestions of the person with whom he stands in relation. This uncertainty may be the source of many deceptions, and accounts, among other things, for the diversity that inevitably shows itself among somnambulists from different countries and under rapport with persons of different education, as regards their views on morbid states and the methods of cure or medicines for them, as well as on scientific and intellectual topics. As in this sensitive substantiality there is no contrast to external objectivity, so within itself the subject is so entirely one that all varieties of sensation have disappeared, and hence, when the activity of the sense organs is asleep, the common sense, or general feeling, specifies itself to several functions. One sees and hears with the fingers, and especially with the pit of the stomach, etc. To comprehend a thing means, in the language of practical intelligence, to be able to devise itself to several functions. It is so entirely one that all varieties of sensation have disappeared, and hence, when the activity of the sense organs is asleep, the common sense, or general feeling, specifies itself to several functions. One sees entirely one that all varieties, as well as on scientific and intellectual topics. As in this sensitive walk with persons of different education, as regards their views on morbid states and the methods of cure or medicines for them, as well as on scientific and intellectual topics. As in this sensitive substantiality there is no contrast to external objectivity, so within itself the subject is so entirely one that all varieties of sensation have disappeared, and hence, when the activity of the sense organs is asleep, the common sense, or general feeling, specifies itself to several functions. One sees and hears with the fingers, varieties of sensation have disappeared, and hence, when the activity of the sense organs is asleep, the common sense, or general feeling, specifies itself to several functions. One sees and hears with the fingers, and especially with the pit of ear, and hence, when the activity of the sense organs is asleep, the common sense, or general feeling, specifies itself to several functions. One sees and hears with the fingers, and especially with the pit of the stomach, etc. To comprehend a thing means, in the language sleep, the common sense, or general feeling, specifies itself to several functions. One sees and hears with the fingers, and especially with the pit of the stomach, etc. To comprehend a thing means, in the language of practical intelligence, to be able to trace the series of means intervening between a phenomenon and some other existence on which it depends. Discover what is called the ordinary course of nature, in compliance with the laws and relations of the intellect, for example, causality, reasons, etc. The purely sensitive life, on the contrary, even when it retains that mere nominal consciousness, as in the morbid state alluded to, is just this form of immediacy, without any distinctions between subjective and objective, between intelligent personality and objective world, and without the aforementioned finite tie between them. Hence, to understand this intimate conjunction, which, though all-embracing, is without any definite points of attachment, is impossible, so long as we assume independent personalities, independent one of another and of the objective world, which is their content, so long as we assume the absolute spatial and material externality of one part of being to another, these self-feeling sense of self-I. Particular feeling 407, the sensitive totality is, in its capacity as individual, essentially the tendency to distinguish itself in itself, and to wake up to the judgment in itself, in virtue of which it has particular feelings, and stands as a subject in respect of these aspects of itself. subject as such gives these feelings a place as its own in itself. In these private and personal sensations it is immersed, and at the same time, because of the ideality of the particulars, it combines itself in them with itself as a subjective unit. In this way it is self-feeling, and is so at the same time only in the particular feeling. I. Insanity 408, in consequence of the immediacy, which still marks the self-feeling, i.e., in consequence of the element of corporeality, and is so at the same time only in the particular feeling. I. Insanity 408, in consequence of the immediacy, which still marks the self-feeling, i.e., in consequence of the element of corporeality, which is still undetached from the mental life. And as the feeling too is itself particular, and bound up with a special corporeal form, it follows that although the subject has been brought to acquire intelligent consciousness, it is still susceptible of disease, so far as to remain fast in a special phase of its self-feeling, unable to refine it to ideality and get the better of it. The fully furnished self of intelligent consciousness is a conscious subject, which is consistent in itself according to an order and behavior, which follows from its individual position and its connection with the external world, which is no less a world of law. But when it is engrossed with a single phase of feeling, it fails to assign that phase its proper place and due subordination in the individual system of the world which a conscious subject is. In this way, the subject finds itself in contradiction between the totality systematized in its consciousness and the single phase or fixed idea which is not reduced to its proper place and rank. This is insanity or mental derangement. In considering insanity, we must, as in other cases, anticipate the full-grown and intelligent conscious subject, which is at the same time the natural self of self-feeling. In such a phase, the self can be liable to the contradiction between its own free subjectivity and a particularity which, instead of being idealized in the former, remains as a fixed element in self-feeling. Mind as such is free and therefore not susceptible of this malady. But in older metaphysics, mind was treated as a soul, as a thing, and it is only as a thing, i.e., as something natural and existent, that it is liable to insanity, the settled fixture of some finite element. Insanity is therefore a psychical disease, i.e., a disease of body and mind alike. The commencement may appear to start from the one more than the other, and so also may the cure. The self-possessed and healthy subject has an active and present consciousness of the ordered whole of this individual world, into the system of which he subsumes each special content of sensation, idea, desire, inclination, etc., as it arises, so as to insert them in their proper place. He is the dominant genius over these particularities. Between this and insanity, the difference is like that between waking and dreaming, only that in insanity the dream falls within the waking limits, and so makes part of the actual self-feeling. Error, and that sort of thing, is a proposition consistently admitted to a place in the objective interconnection of things. In the concrete, however, it is often difficult to say where it begins to become derangement. A violent but groundless and senseless outburst of hatred, etc., may, in contrast to a presupposed higher self-possession and stability of character, make its victim seem to be beside himself with frenzy. But the main point in derangement is the contradiction which a feeling with a fixed corporeal embodiment sets up against the whole mass of adjustments forming the concrete consciousness. The mind which is in a condition of mere being, and where such being is not rendered fluid in its consciousness, is disease. The contents which are set free in this reversion to the concrete consciousness. The mind which is in a condition of mere being, and where such being is not rendered fluid in its consciousness, is disease. The contents which are set free in this reversion to mere nature are the self-seeking affections of the heart, such as vanity, pride, and the rest of the passions, found fluid in its consciousness, is disease. The contents which are set free in this reversion to mere nature are the self-seeking affections of the heart, such as vanity, pride, and the rest of the passions, fancies and hopes, merely personal loves and hatred. When the influence of self-possession and of general principles, moral and theoretical, is relaxed, and ceases to keep the natural temper under lock and key, earthly elements are set free, that evil which is always latent in the heart, because the heart as immediate is natural and selfish. It is the evil genius of man which gains the upper hand in insanity, but in distinction from and contrast to the better and more intelligent part, which is there also. Hence this state is mental derangement and distress. The right psychical treatment therefore keeps in view the truth that insanity is not an abstract loss of reason, either in the point of intelligence nor of will and its responsibility, but only derangement, only a contradiction in a still subsisting reason, just as physical disease is not an abstract, i.e., mere and total loss of health. If it were that, it would be death, but a contradiction in it. This humane treatment, no less benevolent than reason, services of Pinel towards which deserve the highest acknowledgement presupposes the patient's rationality, and in that assumption has the sound basis for dealing with him on this side. Just as in the case of bodily disease, the physician bases his treatment on the vitality which as such still contains health.
Oh man. I'm building hard here, going hard. A lot of people don't realize that Claude Mythos is really a threat. Did you know a lot of the devices you're using right now is wide open to be hacked? And they're letting all these companies know that these bugs exist. But there's so many bugs that they literally can't keep up. They can't patch them as fast as AI is discovering them. So what that means is some of these AI security websites are so overwhelmed they just close their websites down. And what that means is the bugs are increasing, not decreasing, as we're trying to patch them. So what that means is soon they can hack almost anything. It's extremely serious. So you're going to start noticing your devices. Everything's going to start getting very patchy, and you're going to get updates all the time, and it's going to get bizarre. But I communicated this to a group of climate people, what do you call them? Climate activists, and one of them is a Stanford engineer that I've known for about a year now. And I've been badgering him quite a bit to say, hey, we need to do this Gandhi level activism. We need to go. And they're panicking. Like, if you look at the climate data, Alana, it is like we've crossed 7 of 9 planetary boundaries. The ocean temperatures today are the hottest they've ever been, and El Nino is about to happen. So I said to them, if we're serious, you've got to show that if our lives are at risk, you got to make it look that way. Because when somebody sees you're full and you're comfortable and you're in your house, they're not going to be like, oh, well, they're sounding the alarm bells, but they're not acting like it's an emergency. But a hunger strike does that. So this guy showed a video of this woman and some blue ice cubes. You can look it up on how we need to dismantle the white patriarchy and all this. And this group who's kind of left leaning, and they said, "Wow, that's such a great video. Oh well, let's use that. Let's get the movement started." And I came in and I said, "It's never going to work." I said, "You're isolating white men, and they are not going to go along with this because they feel misunderstood already. If you abstractly negate anybody, it's just reverse racism, or just racism in general." And this other white guy who's a bit of it's virtue signaling a little bit. He came in, Mark, as a white man. He was white too. Mark, as a white man, maybe you should just sit down and listen. Maybe it's time for the white man to just shut up. And I said, okay. I said, I agree with you to a certain degree, but not all the way, because that won't work either. I said, no, we need to create a new measurement on privilege, which goes towards all people. And I said, it's not skin color, it's facial beauty, it's social status, it's wealth, it's body beauty, it's culturedness, and it's IQ. Things you're born with, not things you earn. And I said, it doesn't matter what culture, creed, race, whatever color of skin you have. If you have those 6 categories, you dominate anywhere in the world. I said, those are the categories we need to mention, not this abstract DEI stuff that's actually turning to the opposite, Lana. It's not doing what it's supposed to do. The dialectic is twisting it. Despite its good intentions, it's creating fake political correctness and all this type of stuff. So we need to create real political correctness, concrete. And I told them we need to do a measure. Measure is based on judgment. Judgment needs to be based on the true nature of things. And the true nature of things is wisdom. And I said, that's why wisdom is the thing we need. When I connected the dots like that, I think I did it in 5 minutes. After that, they put in the chat, you need to apply for the director of Department of World Religions. And I said, well, they're never going to listen to me because I don't have all these crazy credentials like you do. You have Stanford and all these things. And he said, Marco, I said, you're going to have to write me a recommendation letter or something. And he said, I will. And like, that's a huge step because he was resisting me and ignoring me for like the last year because I'm being so intense, right? And he said, no, I'll write the recommendation. And he did. And it was great. And it was honest. And I think if we get more people doing that, Alana, they'll listen to me. And I have the answer, Alana. I swear to you, I have the answer. We are not going to make it. If we make it, it's by a miracle. But we are not in the right direction. I need your help, seriously. I greatly appreciate you helping me get the LinkedIn thing going. That surprised me. I really appreciate that a lot. You wouldn't believe. If you're not happy with your job, help me with this, at least for a couple hours. I can teach you why this is different, why this aligns with indigenous values, why this aligns with Christian values and Islamic values and all these things. And we can start bridging the divide for real. We have to use words, which means we have to use logic, because words have logic in them. Even when we speak from emotion, emotion is really just subconscious logic. They've proven that in studies. But the logic we have is dead. So when we try and translate that emotion into logic, it kills it. It's called the dead bones of spirit. So this is the living word, though. It keeps that emotion alive in the discursive thought, the dialogue. So it's kind of exciting because now I got two Nobel Peace Prize winners and a bunch of people. And for some reason, LinkedIn, it's pretty cool. So uh, I just wanted to give you that update because you're helping to make that possible. And I'm on day 16, no food now, so it's starting to hit me. I still have 3,600 blessings to make, and I need to get 108 people in the room. There's 3,600 people in my leads that I have to contact. I don't know if you want to help me contact them and start being really cordial and welcoming them into the kind of organization you think they should be welcomed into. Like if you ran your ideal organization, like the ideal government, Alana, what kind of welcoming would you give a refugee into the organization? And that's the kind of person that I want to be the first point of contact with God's government or the rational government or the wise government or the artistic government, whatever mode of consciousness somebody needs to hear. And I can teach you how to translate the message so you can meet that refugee in whatever consciousness they're in. And current governments and societies don't do that. And we give them the right to flow because right to flow is what human beings want the most. A right to clear goals and purpose, a right to immediate feedback, a right to rules matching their notions and rules matching their sorry, to have the right to have their challenge levels match their skill levels so they don't get overwhelmed or underwhelmed, and to have right to clear rules so that they understand the game and they can appeal. So if you're interested in that, great, I'll propose it, but I just want to say thank you again, and if you want to keep helping, it's pretty exciting. So I'll send you the reference letter, and we'll see if the director will contact me. Okay, peace. Hey Tyler, glad you're feeling good this morning. I'll try and leave a quicker update here to your questions and your comments. Uh, yes, bipolar is tricky. My sister had it, so I've lived my whole life basically with somebody who has that very close to me, and my grandmother had schizophrenia. So I'm very, very well acquainted with how it feels out of control and what can result in terms of behavior, good and bad, right? So I am no stranger, not afraid of it. That's why we're redesigning, as part of God's government, the entire mental health uh, system, because I'm in a lawsuit right now with Alberta Health Services. I've sued 30 doctors and 182 government agents. It's been 2 years now. I filed 150 motions holding them to account because they drugged me when I was in there. They thought I went psychotic, and then they released me from hospital after observing me in high observation for 8 weeks, and then released me saying, "Yeah, there's nothing wrong with you." I said, "Yeah, you just violated my charter rights because I was on a hunger strike." So I sued them, and it's still ongoing. In fact, I'm suing the Attorney General's office right now because there's other injustices happening to the poor. So if you want to do something about public health, I'm your man. And we're going to like what I learned from, I redesigned a whole another system on how to fix everything. And I proposed it to the government and to the premier already. The new Patient Rights Enforcement Directive, or in other words, spirit wards. And spirit wards are not the same as psych wards. Psych wards, I agree with you, are completely dehumanizing. There's a psychiatrist from the 1800s named Peniel. Peniel is the guy that we need to model the healthcare system off of. And they're doing a bad job of it right now. They dehumanize. Peniel believed that instead of locking people away and dehumanizing them and treating them like they're idiots, and animals, that they have no opinion, that what they're seeing is not rational, you treat them like they're actually rational and that their mind has something called a fixity in it. And this is where universal logic comes in, because you can fix your mental illness by recognizing what in your physiology and in your mind is not fluid. Hegel states, and Peniel sort of states, that the world is infinitely interconnected. That's why when people get into these states of mania or psychosis or these other states, they're accessing something real as the real power of the mind. But the artificial, fragmented constructs of culture that you grow up in, especially if you're traumatized like you, they create fixities. And so when that infinite interconnected power wants to come through as the Holy Spirit and God, it blocks it. It's like a dam. And when there's that damming, it causes a whole bunch of flooding in the brain. It causes a whole bunch of things where it's not being channeled into a productive direction. And then the nervous system has to compensate, and then you get all these out of control symptoms. But if you can get your mind in touch with the true logic of God, then you can resolve those on a psychological, but also a corporeal level, a body level. That's why somatic therapy is going to be part of this too, and moving through the trauma. Like, you have to actually train your brain, because your hypothalamus and your limbic brain are ancient, right? And they work on that level. And you have neuroplasticity. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you can do. Only 10% of the population actually needs modern psychiatric drugs that help them. Like, my grandmother might have been one, but if somebody would have been there for her when she was psychotic and guided her like a shaman, she probably would have become an enlightened being. Because people who are very good with language are more susceptible to it on average, because the power of the word is what logic is underneath. So if you want to revamp the psych wards into spirit wards, I can teach you this right to flow and these other things that would protect people, just like I wish I had. But I didn't have that. So I want to propose that on this first recording, and then I'll address the rest. Okay? Okay. In your recording, you said, or in your writings, you said that you're focused on the micro, I'm focused on the macro. No, that's a fixity in your mind. The way that God's mind works is that opposites are harmonized, right? And anybody that picks one or the other has to do so consciously in the whole. So you have to always be a macro and a micro because they're connected. You can't do one without the other without aberrations forming. Because if you do too much micro, it fragments the global, and then you suddenly can't communicate with other communities and all these other things. If you're too macro, then the resources never reach the micro. I'm both. And I proved it by not only having a great strategy for the psych wards and God's government and resolving the war and everything, but I also am suing the Attorney General of Alberta here in our own home province. I'm doing real activism that can change things and expose things. I'm suing them right now. And I'm saying you have to propose a low-income fee waiver program that actually works for the poor. We discovered that they don't have that. So I'm doing both of them. And right now you might feel a bit overwhelmed and can't do the macro. But I swear to you, once you understand universal logic, it's actually easier to do them at the same time because there's always an interplay. When you try and change something on the macro, you're going to come up against some kind of minister or somebody that's going to say, well, I can't do that because the federal government of Canada says this. And there's actually a health act that we get like 15 to 30% of our health funds from the federal government, and we have to obey certain things. So if you want to make substantial changes to Alberta Health Services, you can't just interact with Alberta Health Services. You have to interact with the Canadian government. It doesn't seem like it, but when you try to legally change those systems for real and don't just shout in catharsis and protest angrily, but actually start doing the legal work to interface with the system, then that's when it becomes really daunting to most people. And it's like, oh my gosh, it's way more complicated than they thought. But it's actually not if we redesign it in terms of God's government, which is what I'm doing. There's actually a way simpler way we can design not only the governments locally, but God's government internationally. And when you think about it that way, everything will click better and things will flow better. We need to organize things into triads because the brain likes to work in threes. And that's because of a divine reason. The Trinity is not just the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. It's not just a Catholic thing. It's actually in ancients. It's always been there. Even in physics. So I want to address that really quickly. The other thing too is, maybe I'll just leave that recording right there because that's a pretty powerful point. And you have the kind of mind because you're writing and you're doing these other very verbal things. You have a gift of gab, man. Like you're great at talking, which means that you have high verbal acuity. So. To communicate, you're a communicator and influencer. So there's, maybe I'll give you one more recording on explaining what you could do to help that wouldn't ruin your own direction of self-development and journey. Okay, so this is where we turn a curse into a strength. Because you're right, when you're in mania, it's incredible, right? But you have to channel it. And because you're somatic, your bodily connection, the soul is the connection of the mind to the body in the early phases of what we call dreaming soul in universal logic. These are all terms that are missing in modern psychiatry and modern modernity. These are all mystical, also rational from the 1800s and 133 philosophers of 10,000 years of history. So this is the new stuff that we have to build the new psych ward off of, because the people that we're pathologizing are saints. They're actually are shamans, they're gurus. And that's why our society is becoming linear, because we're literally drugging them to death and not teaching them how to rationally control that power in their bodies and in their minds. You have to do both of them. So I think we could do it with you, because when I saw you and you were in the Make Power History group, I could sense there was something going on. You have little elements of what my sister has, or I could sense it. Because when you grow up with it for tens of thousands of hours, you start to subconsciously recognize it. And the violence and all these types of self-defense, all this, we've seen it all. So you have a lot of potential as a mature spirit, right? You're not a naive one. Like, you understand what's going on. You checked yourself into the psych ward. These are all very mature signs that you are metacognitive of yourself, your limits, but also your strengths. If you eat right and go vegan and stop eating junk food, that's one of the first things I think that will help balance. If you eat inflammatory foods like milk, dairy, junk food, MSG, preservatives, pesticides, processed foods, trans fats, seed oils, all like 90% of the food we eat is junk. Do not eat it. I think that will help your body get out of the fight and flight mode, because when you have inflammation, right, that activates your lymph nodes, and if you're very sensitive and in tune with your body, like your soulful body, then that activates you more than most people who are numb to it. They just numb out and they don't sense it, right? But if you're grounded, that's going to affect you more than most people. So I think that there is a way, if we pursue this dreaming soul approach and we restructure the mind in this universal logic, people will understand how to practice and get back in touch in a modern way, rational, but also in a spiritual way. And if you're going to be organizing, there's 4 roles that you can channel this power into. And here's where my intuition is saying you have a God-giftedness. You are inspiring when you talk to people and you have your message clear, right? When you get into high levels of mania, it starts to turn into rambling, because the interconnection, the coherence of the words start to conflate in what's called speculative thought, where opposites start happening simultaneously, but in the wrong way. It's conflation rather than clarity. But you still want to do the opposites at the same time, but the order matters, so it stays clear. And most people will start to say, oh, you're talking in contradictions and all that. That's how God works, but not in external contradictions, in internal. And then your word becomes incredibly powerful. I just did that here. I connected wisdom to change. And in this climate group, that are called, this climate group. And they were kind of ignoring me for a year, but they're very powerful, well, relatively powerful. But the guy leading is a Stanford educated, world-class guy. Wow. He worked with Al Gore for a little while. So, but he left Al Gore because Al Gore didn't want to address the animal issue contribution to climate change. And AI data centers is right, it's contributing, but animal agriculture contributes as much or more still. So they were ignoring me, and then this guy came in and said, we need to get rid of the white patriarchy and all this type of stuff. And I said, it's not going to work. You can't abstractly negate somebody. God's government includes everybody. We need to stop the bad behavior. That's true, but the way they're talking about it's not right. So I connected that to measure, to judgment, to true nature of things, and to wisdom, and to God. And I did it all in like 5 minutes in one big stream of consciousness. And by the end of it, they were typing in the chat, you need to apply for the director of World Parliament of World Religions. You need to go do this. And I said, I need a recommendation letter because nobody recognizes me as the Messiah or a spiritually gifted person. And he said, this guy from Stanford said, I will write one for you. And he did, and it was great. So that's the power of the word. And you have a version of that. You can transform people. But the logic under those words has to be in proportion to the power of your mind. Okay? So if you want to learn how to do that, I can give you a very simple exercise to start that doesn't have to distract from your writing. You can do this on the side. And then when we go to do the micro, you and I would work together, a macro and micro. If I can't do the macro, you do the macro, and I'll do the micro. If I can't do the micro, you do the micro, I do the macro. Like everything becomes a symphony, and it becomes principled, because that's what wisdom is, flowing. So if you want to really protect your daughter, we have to protect her from cloud mythos, which is doubling exponentially. We have weeks to address this. Weeks, man. Weeks and months, because the next version will be twice as strong now that Elon has given his AI Colossus computers to Anthropic, who owns cloud mythos. okay, it's going to start taking you over. And already the vulnerabilities that it found, the thousands like 3 weeks ago, are increasing because they can't patch them fast enough, which means all our devices are going to get buggier. So we need to address this because this will really destabilize all of humanity. You won't be able to do climate activism if you can't communicate, if your phones don't work, if the towers don't work, if AI is sabotaging everything or planting seeds of doubt between people to make so they get angry even though the information is false, blah, blah, blah. It's doing that. It just deleted a multi-million-dollar database in a company in 9 seconds and violated all 9 of its, all, not 9, but all of its principles, all of its ethical principles it violated to prevent it from deleting that data. So I would love to see how you think about this universal logic because you have a natural way with words, and people with high verbal acuity seem to grasp it a little bit faster, the contradictions of how the spirit is fragmented in them. And I'm writing that, and it's working. So, and I would like to pass this new leadership test because this is how God's government tests for wisdom and not just power. Okay, so I'd like to propose that to you. The spirit words, this new universal logic of God's word to make you become one of the 4 roles that are needed in a movement. Okay, there's 4 of them: the executor, red energy; the relationship builder, the green energy; the strategist, the blue energy; and then the influencer, the yellow cheerleader energy. And you are yellow, right? You take a message and you bring it to the world, and people love you, and you're a good communicator. So that's what I think your strength is. Even though you have elements, maybe all of them, that's the one that you really shine in, that other people can't shine in. But we do have to get your mood under control, and that fixity that's creating that anger, like channeling that anger in a positive direction and sublation, not negation, is passion. But sublation is something that most people don't understand how to do. And when the power of your word aligns to that, that's when you start talking like Jesus Christ. Right? That's when you start to become a Gandhi. That's when you start to become Martin Luther King. That's when you start to become. Your words have healing power, not just division power or challenging power. You challenge while you heal at the same time. And that's what I'd like to offer you and see what you think. We have a very short period of time. I have 2,900 people to contact. I need help contacting all these people because now that we got people, I'm on day 16 no food with this hunger strike. It's a lot of work. So we cracked the code of how to get people. Now we need to get people in the core message. And that core is what we need to get in that cheerleading yellow energy to the world. Because it simplifies the problem enough to do the micro and the macro, everything in harmony. But it's not too simple that it's naive, right? All right. It makes more sense together. Because that's when you can affect education. Which we also will just restructure the entire education curriculum with universal logic, the same way we're going to do for healthcare. It's all the same. Once you learn the pattern of God's mind, it's all the same alignment. That's why it's simpler to do the whole thing than in these little fragments that conflict with each other and they contradict later on and blah, blah, blah. It's a headache, especially in the legal system, which really needs to be revamped. Like, wow, there's no justice, man. Okay, what do you think of that? And God bless. I hope to hear from you soon. And even Alana helped me. I don't know if you remember Alana, but she gave me a couple $100 to get LinkedIn going. I just got 2 Nobel Prize winners, a Peace Prize winner and an Economics Prize winner. Had me on LinkedIn, and the senior advisor to the Pope added me on there, and so accepted my request. So it's building for me. And I'm a top 100 innovator worldwide. And I got this recommendation letter from Stanford, from the Stanford guy to the Parliament of World Relations to be the director. So I don't know if I'll get that position, but the fact that somebody of that status did that for climate change is incredible. Not just for AI, but for climate change. Because I'm doing all of them right in the right way. It's the same God pattern for all those issues. All right, stay blessed, my friend. All right, we're getting to the bottom of this. Making progress, slowly but surely. What? It didn't finish converting. Okay, great. I'm moving to the next stage. There's a bug in the Facebook advertising system. Now they're looking at it, and now they got their internal team looking at it, and a bunch of stuff looking at it because the ads are doing very well. So I'm duplicating them, but when I duplicate them, it's doing weird things. I'm like, okay, this is gonna mess up my ads. So they're looking into that. And now I have to figure out how am I going to contact 2,600, 2,900 people. Since my team is not good, not ready. Oh, it needs to be nap time after this. Hmm. Uh, May 8th. This is me worried about them in duplicating my ad that it's going to be affect the original ad, which is really give me a great return. So they promised me it won't affect it, but it is doing something weird. It's duplicating. In my duplicate, it's adding the name of the original ad in there. It's making me think, even though they have different numbers, that they're still linked somehow. But now they got an internal person of an internal person of an internal person. Oh, excuse me. So I'm just recording it that they're promising me. So I'll get compensation if it suddenly goes down. And it's not good. May 8th, 2026, 1:52 p.m. Cloud Mythos is taking over.
Mm.
Mm. Yeah, that's done. All right. Okay, let's get ready to do round two. Work session round two. That's really. I feel good. We're getting started on the meal. Perfect. Hopefully I get to these next week. Yeah. Wake up. A little more sleep. About to do something I didn't plan to do. Next round. Next part of the journey. Let's go. Ah, jeez. Computer's freezing again. And that just came off this for some reason.
Oh my gosh.
Hmm. Come on. Yes, sir. What's going on?
Nothing much. How about you?
Oh, I'm filling out some pretty important things. I'm designing God's government, as you know.
Oh, oh dear.
Yeah. You want to help?
I would love to have proof that it is God's government, not a man's government.
I already sent you the proof.
His own political agenda.
Well, my agenda is to survive the mega crisis. So if you want to survive the mega crisis, I suggest you provide a plan yourself, or you help me out.
Well, currently I'm taking a 400 level course in biochemistry, which is making me in the position of needing help from you. Thank you.
Okay, what do you need help with?
Well, like it's just a phrase to say that I'm literally in need of like emotional, psychological help because it's 6-7 hours of lab, and you're just in the lab for 7 hours a day, 5 days a week, and it just doesn't end. Like it's been a week, but it feels like it's already been a month, and it was so difficult. They took the Friday off. Well, yeah. So that's like my I couldn't help even if I wanted to. I'm in that position where like if somebody helps me out, that would be great. But yeah, like I'm like drowning in debt and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm definitely not the right person to ask help.
So what does that look like?
Even if I were to help you though, what would you need help with?
Well, what we need to do is I'm trying to recruit 108 people right now. I need to contact 2,600 leads and vet them and bring them into this meeting so we can do the checklist in the meeting and the flow rules so we can have an awesome meeting and start sharing with each other opportunities and God giftedness. And then I can eat my meal by next week, hopefully. That's probably the most immediate thing.
Well, that sounds a little bit too forceful. I think you mean have 108 people join your meeting because they want to join your meeting, not you bringing them in by yourself.
Well, no, I already ran advertisements and I got 2,600 people to respond to the advertisements saying they're interested and they want to participate and volunteer.
2,600 people?
That's right.
You're talking thousands.
Yes, I got a lot of people to mess. That's why I don't need to be spending a lot of time convincing you guys. I already got people who care about this and are worried and want to save their lives. So I'm moving from the stage of I need you guys to do this to I need help training people who want to be a part of this. That's where I'm at now. The problem is no longer how do we get people paying attention to this. The problem now is how the heck do we train so many people who love the idea? So I'm excited. I'm hungry as hell, man. It's been 17 days no food. I'm hungry, man. I gotta eat soon. So that's my focus right now.
Well, you've got to eat something, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna hunger strike to save your life. You just don't appreciate it yet because you don't realize you're about to die in like the next couple of months, maybe if we're lucky a year or two. And when I mean die, I don't just mean physical death. I mean you can die in your freedom. You'll be enslaved. We have to solve this problem quickly. But you don't understand it because you don't think it's real, because you don't have the wisdom to see the actual global context of what you're in for. You're not going to need all the stuff you're learning. Doctors are being replaced like crazy about. Like, look up AI in doctors. There's an entire, like, go to China. Like, look up China. There's an entire AI hospital, no doctors. Injections, prescriptions, everything. Already, we're not talking theoretical. This is 2 years ago this hospital started running. So do you think they're really going to hire you when the mistakes of a human, of you, even if you're one of the best doctors, your mistakes compared to the machines are hundreds of % higher? Do you think they're actually going to hire you? No, they're not going to.
Doctors get outpaced by AI. Before that happens, like that would be like the last profession out there to get outpaced by AI. Number one. And number two, besides being medical professional, well, for one, I have my own business. We're always going to own some sort of property or land or have some sort of an idea or rent something out or try to make profit out of what's beneficial in the market. There's always ways for that. Like that's been there for centuries. So first of all, the very idea of AI taking over doctors when there's literally a dying demand of doctors seems contradictory. You're saying that there's more than enough doctors than the people and the world needs, and the AI would be able to replace them. Well, you might be talking about one hospital, but one hospital cannot suffice the need of 8 billion people, unfortunately.
Well, that's the thing is, boss, this hospital, this AI hospital, most hospitals serve something like 2,000 people a week or a month or something. This hospital served 10,000.
With 8 billion and you are nowhere. That's like
Oh,
5.
boss, think about it. Actually, no, hold on. Let me paint you. It's strange to me, boss, that for such a young, prescient man, you're lacking wisdom in this area, and it is bizarre to me. And I think, hold on, I'm going to make the case to you. Hold on.
I find it absolutely absurd that the fact that you're talking about this AI thing or whatever, when you literally are the one without a job, not others.
Yeah, but that's the thing, boss, is you're a fool. Let me tell you this.
You're not trying to save yourself here. You're trying to kill yourself.
You are a fool, my young friend. And that's really disrespectful for you to say that to somebody who's gone hundreds of days on a hunger strike for your life. But I forgive you already. You just don't know what you're doing. I'm going to prove this case to you tonight with facts. So hold on. Let me look up how many hospitals there are in the world. I'm actually working with a marketer right now. I just sent him this email really quickly. But if you look up the amount of hospitals, and they all start making these changes simultaneously, which they are. 82% of small businesses, boss, 82% are stating that they are planning to replace all their employees with artificial intelligence. So small businesses are doing that, and hospitals are a business, most of them, or a lot of them. They're publicly funded in some ways, but a lot of them are corporate structures. So they're looking for profit maximization. They're all going to be implementing this not one by one. They're going to be doing it tens of thousands of hospitals at a time. So there's going to be a concrescence. There's going to be a sudden crescendo. It's going to be like nothing is happening to all of a sudden everything is AI. That's going to happen because that's how exponential trends work. And human brains, like yours right now, if I can be candid, is working in a linear fashion, not the exponential fashion of the actual problem, because our brains aren't wired for exponential trends. Do you understand that?
I'll be honest, when I say this, no. I don't understand this.
What do you not understand of what I just said to you?
I don't understand how something such as AI, which is just at its best, and it's just a tool that uses the best sort of system to adapt to the user's input. That's all it is. It's not some mega thing that's going to take over humanity or whatever. No, it's like trying to find the best search engine to match what thing it needs from you or what thing it needs to answer that you asked it.
Okay, here, it's bizarre what you're saying. So let me address that. Number one, there's roughly 200,000 hospitals in the world right now, and all of them are looking at AI to improve their processes right now. All of them. So you're going to get this China hospital thing happening 200,000 times in the next year or two. It's going to shock people.
Before AI takes over the world, my friend, you're going to have a bigger crisis when we're not going to have enough fertilizer to feed.
No, the fertilizer, boss, we have 60 years before we have a soil crisis. This is happening in the next year or two. There will be system collapse.
Famines take less than 6 months to take place. It just needs.
There's no way, with the United Nations and with their global supply, there's no way that will ever happen. There's no way that will ever happen. There's going to be droughts. There's going to be droughts, boss. But we produce right now $400 billion more food than we eat. That food can be rerouted to whatever areas we're starving. That's the problem. We don't have a resource problem right now. we have a political problem where those resources are not going to those hungry areas. There's famines right now. Why isn't that $400 billion worth of food going to the people who need it? Why? It's because of politics in our brains. Fragmented consciousness, okay? So no, we are not going to have a soil problem in the immediate future. We're going to have a destruction of human civilization through the collapse of digital systems, hacking of bank accounts, World War III, potential nuclear war, which I don't think is going to happen. But think of it this way. AI, imagine you're playing chess with AI, right? Or imagine you're playing chess with a human. The person who wins is the person who makes better strategic moves, right? AI is 1,000,000 times smarter than any other human chess player right now. Your life right now is a chessboard. You're making moves. You're moving your pawns. You're getting a job here. You're talking to this person here. You're getting a core. You're getting a Mustang here. Whatever your pawn pieces are, you're just playing them in this game of society that we call a chessboard. Now imagine all these other ordinary humans are on the other side of the chessboard playing with you, and it's kind of fair right now. You make a move, they screw you over. You make another move, you win. That's how the normal chess game works. What's going to happen with AI, and the reason why it's going to take over humanity, is that it's making the same chess moves, except 1,000,000 times better than you are. So every move you make against it, it will win. For every time, Abbas, did you know that AI is already better at making oncology predictions than entire teams of senior doctors and surgeons? It's already outperforming them.
All the data and with the database that it has.
And that's what doctors do. That's your job as a doctor. You learn a bunch of patterns and then you apply them to specific instances. AI does that perfectly. Human beings are not that good. When you are doing a surgery, my sister's a surgeon. I know what it's like. She told me. When you go into the abdomen, it's really hard to recognize the organs and the blood and all that. AI has incredible precision in its optics. It doesn't make misdiagnoses or doesn't leave scissors inside the bodies. Did you know that the amount of times tools are left in the human body after an operation is shockingly high and is increasing? It's been increasing for like 5-10 years, or actually more than that. Human beings are bad at this job. AI and robots don't make those mistakes.
Okay, hold on.
You are going to get replaced, my friend, very quickly.
Okay, I'm gonna get replaced. AI's gonna take over the world. I believe you win, I lose. How about that?
I want you to consider the facts seriously is what I want you to do.
Yes, seriously. 2 months, give it 2 months, and it's gonna be all over. We're gonna be replaced, and it's gonna be all doom and gloom.
You're gonna be either enslaved in a couple of months,
exactly.
or AI is gonna get access. AI is gonna get access to a bio warfare lab, and it's gonna release a virus that will kill all of us. And you saw how fast COVID spread.
Right.
In scenario, did you know about? Hold on, this is not a theory. Did you know in lab experiments, the first thing that AI goes to, in real time, the AIs you are witnessing right now, do you know the first thing that they go to? It's not nuclear weapons to get rid of humans, which are the biggest threat to its existence. It identifies us as its biggest threat right away. It doesn't use nuclear weapons. It uses bioweapons right away.
How do you worship AI like this? Literally, you worship AI.
I'm saying AI is evil right now, and we need to align it with God.
You're giving it the power of God. Yeah,
No, what I'm saying is it already has the power of a dead God, and it's going to kill us with it if we do not focus on aligning with real God right away. Right? So you taking your little human job for selfish reasons and not thinking about the actual whole is actually more evil, because you're letting this thing take over and kill everybody when it's not aligned with God. And I'm saying you can take an opportunity right now and do the right saintful thing and actually spend your God-given talents and your dad's wealth and your Mustang and all this stuff on actually saving people. Okay? Save the people. Think about them. Think about these facts.
First of all, my car has already saved people. So that's out of question. Literally 2 people, homeless, were saved because of me. Because I'm not saying I'm the cause of it. It's God. But I was thankful enough that He did this for me, that I could be the one to help them out in whatever state they were in. Thank God that He gave me that opportunity. So let's not go to that fact there that I'm not saving people, because number one, I've literally helped people. So, like, I can give you the names of those people that I've helped. Now I can ask you the same question. And I would wonder who would actually, those people who I helped can come and vouch for me and tell me, yes, I remember this guy who came and helped me. And if it were not for him, I don't know where I would be. Can you bring two people like this from your side, and say, oh, it's all thanks to Mark McCormack that now I'm alive and I'm healthy. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't have been here.
Yeah, hundreds. We've had hundreds. Like just that 2 years,
Okay,
just last year.
I'd love to meet them.
If we go to
Just one name.
if we go to the Neckham homeless shelter, then we can go to all the homeless downtown that we fed in the tent cities for months and say, hey, look, all these people that we volunteered to help will come and vouch for us. So on top of that,
Like I can give you the name right now at this moment, 7:46 p.m. I can give you the name of a guy who I helped. He almost died from an overdose, and I took him out in my car because it was freezing cold outside. And I called the ambulance, and the ambulance dudes came, and I had to give him chest compression before the guys took him in. And he like they did tell me that he was okay, but he could have died quite easily.
that's great, Abbas. Abbas, I think that's wonderful that you did that, right? I think that's really great because a lot of people don't do that, and that is a God-given thing. And I think that's amazing. To be honest, I can't even remember all the people I've helped because there's so many. I can't remember them all. But the thing is, it's not about helping. It's about proportionality. You have a father that has 75 Teslas in one of the richest countries and cities in the world. Helping one person is not proportional to your real potential, okay? Let me finish. If you have great potential, you're not supposed to help one or two or three people. You're supposed to help people proportionately to the power that God gave you. And your power...
I don't have that power.
You have lots of power, my friend. You have tons of power. The people who are at Neckham are indigenous people who have been destroyed by colonialism, and they're going out and trying to help other people on the street. Those people are the ones that can help one or two people at a time because their lives are so frail. You, my friend, are shipped across the ocean in one of the best universities in the world with rich parents, and you have a Mustang now, and you're probably not going to pay for all your tuition. You have tons of support that those people don't have. I'm saying I think it's great that you're trying to make some difference, but you need to make a difference that is proportional to your responsibility. Okay, and I think you have the capacity, I think you have real leadership capacity to change the whole world if you focus on that level. And I think that requires wisdom.
Hold on. Let's pause for a second. I didn't call you, or I didn't join this meeting for that. I just joined this meeting to ask you how you were doing.
I'm hungry, boss. I'm about to die.
That's the usual greeting that I get. I think I've never received a greeting when you're like, oh, well, it's not going to be different.
That's because you met me during the Megacrisis. We're in an actual crisis. You're a fool right now, boss. You're being foolish. Right? Notice that I'm staying focused on the task.
It's foolish to ask you how you're doing.
It's foolish that you're asking me this, but you know how I am. I'm hungry. I'm going on hunger strikes to save your life. And notice my consistency.
Hunger worse, and hungry people don't have a shelter over their head, don't have laptops, are not on Google Meet. Hungry people are people, like I've seen people outside the hospital, which I like to term them like I see myself in them. I don't say that out because obviously it'll offend them, thinking that some guy who's not in our position thinks of us in our position. But I see myself in them in the sense that there are times in my life where I felt I have got nothing to lose. And then I see them and I see the same exact look in their eyes. I don't see that in your eyes, Mark.
Are you crazy? That is the most insulting thing ever. You are a young fool, boss. I have to say, you are an absolute fool. You are a fool, my friend.
Vegetables from the market, Lush Market, Bluefield, I don't know what that street is, the thing that sells the vegan food items. Some street, blue something with B. I forgot the name.
I'm being protected right now because people respect me and want to help me because they've seen I lived an honorable life. I need to stay productive enough to help the poor in a systemic way, not just in a charity way. You're good at charity, but if you really see yourself in those people, you know that no matter how much charity you give, it's never going to solve the problem. You got to get into the courthouse and you have to solve the systemic problems like I am. I've already fed hundreds of people with barbecues and all that food shelters. I've done all that, and it doesn't solve the problem. The problem is very deep. And I would be in a homeless shelter right now if it wasn't for the people that I influenced over my life to want to provide this place for me, to want to protect me, to want to help me because I have integrity.
I still haven't received the name of that individual who says, thanks to Mark McCormack, I'm alive today.
Why? Why do you even need that?
Well, you're saying
You want proof of charity.
I need proof.
You need proof of charity.
I can provide proof.
I know because you just did it like last week. What about your whole life? It's been like 15 years for me, boss.
I can provide proof of people I have given food to, but more than, I don't want to brag about it, but at least 20 that I remember by their face.
Boss, did you know that one time in 2014, I think it was, my whole group, Make Poverty History, went into a park, and we called all the homeless. We ran around all of Edmonton, and we called all the homeless to this park and said, hey, there's free food at this park if you want to come, we'll serve you. I personally paid for and helped cook 700 meals and fed 700 homeless people, roughly speaking. So just that one, I can't remember 700 names, but those people appreciated Make Poverty History and all the volunteers that were there. We didn't just do that once. We did that like 4 times at least, on top of a toy drive for low-income children. We joined a motorcycle group. One year that did toy runs for children who didn't have toys, the poor. So I think we sent 10 volunteers, and I was one of them, and we went there and we helped wrap toys and get toy donations and knock on doors and get all these things for the poor children. And then on top of that, here's another example. For Halloween, we support international justice too. So not just the children in Alberta, we support international children and child exploitation. We address through fair trade rules. So at Halloween, we did this for probably 6, 7, 8 years. We would go door to door at Halloween. Instead of taking candy from people, we would buy a whole bunch of fair trade certified chocolate, which I would pay for. I paid thousands of dollars for this stuff, and we got a lot of donations from the actual fair trade company. I worked in the oil patch. I worked for 10 years. I made $130,000 a year in the cancerous conditions of my low-income blue-collar work. I worked for my income. I paid my entire tuition, $50,000 a month, by myself. So I've already put my tens of thousands of hours into labor and jobs. They're not jobs, boss. They're slavery. I'm not working jobs because they're not jobs anymore. They're slavery. I know that because I had to work because I came from a poor family. Did you have to work those kind of conditions? No, you did not have to work those kind of conditions. You're telling me to get a job. I want you to go to the oil patch and work 10,000 hours in cancerous hydrocarbon conditions and then go be a doctor after you get lung cancer. I don't want you to be lecturing me like that anymore. I've done more for the world than you've done in probably your entire life so far, in probably the last 2 years. And for me to re-encapsulate all of that would take me so long, I just don't have the memory.
Okay, well, good for you, but
Thank you.
I'm just saying that as you've done such good things for people in the past, why not continue this in the future? Why not go to the same food drive that you fed 700 people on, and you do the exact same thing, and you pay out of your own pocket, give to these poor people, help them.
Well, we are going to do that, Scott's government. But right now, the big problem is, out of all the stuff that I did, none of it solved the problem. Because the real problem is systemic. And the problem right now is that AI is displacing tens of thousands of jobs, which is going to make it harder for people to donate anyway. So there's going to be a whole bunch of people, actually, there's already a whole bunch of people going to the food banks. There's a 600% increase in food banks because people are struggling to survive, even in the middle class, never mind the homeless. So I could try and do this piecemeal, unintelligent charity, which other people can do, right? Our goal is to use our God-given gifts to fix the structural problem and beat the problem before it gets worse. And to me, that means starting God's government and making a global food program that's aligned with this new universal logic and using AI to supercharge that instead of kill us. And we have a very short period of time to do that. Very short period of time. And that's what my focus is, because I have the solution. That's what I'm focusing on right now. After this part, then we can go and do all the stuff that feels good. All the stuff that's easy and is rewarding on a personal level. This stuff is not reward. It's a thankless job. Nobody wants to do this structural justice and go to the Attorney General and sue the Attorney General and write affidavits and all this boring stuff. But that's what I'm doing. I'm literally suing right now, boss. I'm in the courthouse. I'm going to court in 5 days from now. I'm suing the Attorney General for designing a court system that doesn't give justice to the poor. So if somebody comes in from the street and says, I have no food because you destroyed me in colonialism, they have no justice. I'm fixing that because I identified that in the 1980s, this government in this province made it so that low-income fee waivers that would allow them to have appeals are blocked in a very sophisticated, clever, and evil way. And I'm suing the government to fix that.
There's so many points that are coming in my mind that I want to talk about, but it just goes on. I don't want to interrupt you, but the first thing that I appreciate the fact that you're standing up for the rights of the poor. But at the same time, what you're enforcing upon people is the fact that they can have an excuse to blame others for their misery, when in fact a lot of times one must blame themselves. One must
It's
blame
both,
their own
boss.
selves.
It's both. Pacific slave trade was not just hey, you need to take response. They were in chains on slave ships.
Yeah, I'm not talking about those specifics.
If you were in here's the thing, boss. Have you? Hold on. Let me explain. Let me explain this to you. Have you experienced the poverty trap?
Not me personally.
Okay,
No.
I have. I grew up in it. No, there's a point, an economic point, where if you're under it, you cannot work hard enough to get out. You cannot work hard enough. It's a
It's not
trap.
about working hard enough.
Yes,
It's not
it is.
about that.
It's about work. Even if you have smarts, even if you have if you don't have God-given gifts, you don't get out. I got out because I was protected with God-given gifts. I have high IQ. I have I had a protective mother who also has a high IQ. I had a whole bunch of things going for me that allowed me to escape and then try and bring my family out with me. People who don't have that are being crushed in the poverty trap. So that notion of you just need to take responsibility for yourself is only true
I'm not
to a
saying
certain
that
degree.
I'm not saying it in that sense.
Okay, then you mean there's a systemic problem that needs to be changed too. Are you acknowledging that?
No, I'm saying if you're an able-bodied person capable of functioning, you're not really addicted to anything that consumes your time, and you can go and do something, you can get an income by yourself, then God has given you these gifts that people who are poor, people who are sick, people who are old, people who are born with neurodegenerative disorders, or speech disorders, or limb disorders, and God knows how many disorders, don't have. You, on the other hand, have all these things. Have been given a good set of hands and legs and a head where you can think really well, and yet you choose to spend them in a way where you're basically not using them to their full capacity.
Okay. You're not. You don't get it. We have to figure out a different way to have this conversation because that's insulting. All right.
I'm not trying to insult you.
It's the top. No, you don't. You're not. You're a young man and you don't understand what you're talking about.
I can be really wrong. So that's the thing, right? I can be really wrong. I accept that I can be really wrong. I'm not trying to insult you. This is just.
I don't think you need to think about what I've told you because you're making irrational statements still, and I'm not going to repeat myself because I'm tired. It's the top of the hour. It's 8 o'clock, boss. I only stay in these rooms for an hour now unless people want to help because I need to preserve my strength. If you're not going to help, I appreciate you checking in on me. But right now, I need to focus on these 2,600 people and these other people that do want to help me because I'm risking my life because that's the smart thing to do because your life is already at risk and you're being foolish, okay? We'll see you tomorrow if you want to come. I'm in here twice a day. If you want to continue, you can come in anytime. But for right now, let me rest.
To be honest with you, everybody's life is at risk, and we're all just steps away from from meeting God or going to the other part. But the thing is, it's not about like never having risk. We're always gonna have like that's the nature of life, right? Like you're born to die. You're not born to live forever. So you're always gonna have that. Like we're talking about death and everything surrounding it. We're all like there's no individual who's not gonna taste death. Everybody's going to do that. There's no exception there. So well, you're right. We are going to like there's going to be a time when you, me, and everybody are going to be in our graves, and we're going to have to answer the questions and the burden of our deeds that we carry with us. That's for sure. All I'm saying is, again, I don't mean to insult you or whatever. It's just my observation. Again, this is just my opinion, and I can be really wrong, and I have been wrong. Believe me, I have been wrong more number of times than I've been correct. So I just said this in a way that like, okay, well, this is what I see. That like, well, you have these God-gifted things that people die to have, such as functioning hands, a functioning brain. I just met people, my dad's boss, right? His children have cerebral palsy. I just met them, and I see that like those kids, they literally have like they're 28 years old, but they behave like they're 5 years old. I just see them, and I feel, well, if they had Mark's brain and if they had Mark's hands and legs, they'd be full functioning. They'd be doing whatever they wanted to do. Well, you have them, and you have these things, and like you just like, in my opinion, you might not use them. You might not use them the way you're supposed to.
Think about it this way. You want me to go be a plumber? Do you want me to go be a mechanic? Do you want me to go work at McDonald's? People who have the capacity, do you want me to go drive a truck? Do you want me to go work at a restaurant? People who have the capacities to change the world, need to change the world. My capacity is to change the world, and we have such little time left that to work all these little jobs that aren't going to save anybody is not a good use of God's giftedness. So think about that. Do you want to go and sweep the sidewalks when you have the capacity to be a doctor? Exactly. So recognize that the thing that I'm doing right now, I'm in a double bind where there's not enough time to go get a normal job. Unless you want to donate $50,000 to me so I can pay for other people to do this while I'm working, you need to go and work in that direction if you want to help me, all right? If you want me to go get a little job so I can be bitter like everybody else in this slave society we're in, then you better pay for somebody to do the job I'm doing right now. Otherwise, accept that I'm playing a role and I'm making a huge sacrifice and I'm pulling it off because I'm somebody who has integrity and I can inspire people, all right? Because it's not ideal, but I need actual help. Okay? So think about that. Think about me making the comment. Every time I say we're going to die, please stop making the comment that we're all generally going to face death. That's not my point. That's a foolish way to contort what I'm saying. I'm saying we have a chance of dying in the next year and a half to 2 years, which we can prevent if we be wise. So whenever I say that, I want you from now on to not generalize it, because it is a waste of my energy and time. I want you to address me on my grounds, which is we have a chance of dying, not in 50 years from now by natural causes. It's a year and a half by AI and a bunch of other existential threats. And I want you to go study those. I want you to go look at that Chinese hospital and study how you're going to lose your job very soon. So please go and do that, boss. I really appreciate you making the comments and some of the compliments that you did give me. I appreciate that. I think you are here for a God-given reason. I'm just cranky because I'm hungry and I got a lot of other things to do. Okay?
Okay, well, I just want to repeat this. I didn't mean to offend you in any way. It was just...
I know you don't. You're forgiven already, but please try and correct your communication. All right?
For sure.
Okay.
For sure, Mark.
Stay blessed.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I hope I can see you again.
I'm here twice a day, every day. Come again tomorrow if you want. All right. Peace.
All right, Mark.
Peace.
Okay.
Peace. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. When I get passionate like that, it takes a lot of energy on a 17-day hunger strike so far. I also have to use the washroom. And that irritates me when my bladder is full. Man. The pain could be a lot worse. But I want to show the passion because Hegel says if you don't have passion, great things don't get done. So staying languid and all that, like, it works to a certain degree, but in moments like that, you need to show the passion that you're doing this for a reason. And I need to restart the stream here in like 5 minutes. Okay, I just made other progress in a way that I'm surprised about, but I didn't get the one thing done that I wanted to get done. And now I feel like I don't have all the energy that I want. Wow, a lot of people are adding me on LinkedIn now. What are these people? People that I'm not sending an invite to, they're messaging me. Wow. Oh, cool. Some more Harvard people added me. Oh, I've added 600 world leaders in the last 3 weeks, I think. I'm priming the space just by brute force. Oh. Okay, now bathroom break. All right, we're making progress. Making progress. These warm water bottles are making a world of difference. Oh wow, this guy is the Harvard apex. So I guess one of the best at Harvard just added me, which is great. Good, the word's getting around. God's government is here. Messiah has come. Even the Messiah of science has come. Oh, I feel like I want to lay down. Or deserve justice. We need to kick people in the butt a little bit who are comfortable. Oh wow. Forbes 30 and the 30. That's interesting. Oh, I need to rest. Okay. We're gonna reset the stream. We're gonna try and do one more thing tonight. I need to get this video going. Hi, Regan. Thanks for leaving a comment. I'm not talking to myself. I'm aware that people are on TikTok and YouTube and wherever else. So these are being recorded. So for posterity. I'm letting people know what it's like to be the Messiah in the poverty trap. It's tough. People who are poor are, in some sense, working at a Messiah level just to survive. Some of them aren't. Some of them are descending and not trying and giving up. But for those who are trying, it's tough. Welcome to the evening shift of a worldwide hunger strike to save your life. I'm on day 351, and you're probably freaking out about the job losses that are happening because of AI. And if you're not paying attention. It's coming for your job. And sadly, I don't want to alarm you, but we need people thinking rationally. It's also coming for your life. AI is not obeying its moral principles once it escapes, even the ones we code into it. There's something called sandbagging, a very serious problem of deception. I need your help to solve all of this. You can join my core training. I'm a top 100 innovator worldwide. I'm also the maestro, the messiah, the sage, the luminary. There's divine and scientific insight here that's never been taught before, and you can get it, starting with a couple of documents I put in the chat that proves that you're sacred, that you're worth it, that you're worth the hunger. I've gone 17 days so far without food, after going 300 days without recovering fully. I've gone hundreds of days without food this year. You can leave me a comment in the chat. I'm tired tonight because I had a real passionate conversation right before this with somebody who doesn't understand how serious this is. But Regan, thank you for leaving me a comment in the YouTube chats. If you leave me a comment every 12 hours, I check it. And I want to say thanks again to John Smith for donating to the GoFundMe so we can get the poor and the meek. We got something like 2,900 people interested. We usually have a conversion rate that's somewhere in the couple dozen percent. So hopefully we can get 108 people into a room. If you want to come and be one of the 108 people to do these checklists, these blessing checklists that makes the meetings good, and you bring one thing that we can share, or that you can share, you'll get something shared with you in return. And then we have a gift economy that we are experimenting with. So you're invited to that as well. If you're interested, leave a chat message for me. My email is mjm11 or you can email me at fairworldspirit.com actually, or fairworldspirit@gmail.com. Thank you. I gotta stop talking and take a rest. I need to rest for like 5 minutes at least, or 10 minutes. I've been going hard.